Hello again, and welcome back to Great Ace Attorney 2. And we're going into the fourth case, the fourth episode, called Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. Which, maybe finally the Baskerville thing will come into play? Maybe? I'm not sure. But let's dive in and see. Wait, I saved over it. Right. Because I once again didn't have to restart my Switch, yay. But yeah, let's just do this instead. Yeah, Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. What a sinister title card. It was indeed a most bizarre incident born of a curious advertisement and a commonplace killing at the edge of town. Uh-huh.
ホームズはパイプを取り窓の外に広がる濃い霧を見下ろしていた。この霧の底には一体いくつの事件が隠れているのだろうね。
So many red-haired people.
新聞広告から始まる奇想天外な事件。魔剣が闇をかける連続殺人事件。
There it is. Maybe.
夜の墓場で蘇る死刑囚の事件。そして誰も知らない町外れの小部屋のありふれた殺人事件。どんな事件もその裏側には誰も知らない物語が潜んでいる。僕を事件現場へと駆り立てるのはその物語なのだよ、ワトソン。早く帽子を取りたまえ。行こうじゃないか、相棒。
相棒。
僕たちの冒険は終わらない。さあ、ゲームの始まりだ。
So, seems like we're gonna come back to that masked man thing. 8 days after the earth-shattering trial and Kazuma regaining his memory, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Have we had any contact with Kazuma since then? Feels like that would be a priority for Susato and Ryunosuke. 1st November, 10:24 a.m., Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. Professor Mikotaba is due to arrive at any moment. Oh. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. What? Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? Probably. That he was actually the mass murderer? The professor, you mean? I think so. I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotaba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows, then, about Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. What doesn't he know? Ah, there she is! Huh. The judge is rather tall, isn't he? Father! Hello, Susato. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted to have you. You've arrived safe and sound. Are you hiding somebody in that big old trunk? That big old suitcase? Hello, Mr. Naruto. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh, no, not at all. It's my pleasure. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. Wait, what was the voice? It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? And why do I feel as though I've seen him before? Really, you've got that guy? From one of the most important moments of your life? I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it. Is he gonna do a gavel slap without a gavel? Yes. A firm tap? What? Here we go then. Oh, with the gavel, okay. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruto, guilty. Ah. Oh, you're the judge. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruto. But he wasn't pronounced guilty. Your Excellency. Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time. Ha 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 ha. Good, you've remembered now. That really did the trick. Guilty! Ha 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 ha. Yes, very funny. Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time. So London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. Didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? What are you talking about, Yujin? Ha 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 ha. Of course, Judge Jigoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who, 16 years ago, came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. That's what it seems like, yes. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Oh. Oh, really? That's not gonna end up being important, is it? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. Sorry? Ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Oh. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on this study tour. Oh, thanks. Guilty as charged. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Yes, now, Naruto. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. How much did you know, bro? Yes, could you tell us any more about it? Let me first rummage through everything. I can't look at the suitcase? Come on. Come in. Look at that, it's a picture of the Crystal Tower, is it? Well, the Great Exhibition is one of Britain's most prestigious achievements in recent years. I wonder how tall it is. It really does represent the pinnacle of scientific achievement in so many ways. There's a 20-meter tall chimney on the bathhouse near my lodgings at Yume University. The attendant there is always boasting that it's the tallest object in the neighborhood. Huh. I'm sure. Did you know that over the channel in Paris, there's a tower that's 300 meters tall? What? How? How many times taller than this chimney at Yume Sokin Hot Springs is that? Like, you know, more than 10? And it's, and if it's that tall, well, I guess not more than 10, but, you know, more than 10, yeah, anyway. And if it's that tall, how does it draw properly? The smoke would get stuck, surely. It's not about the chimney. I don't think it's that sort of tower, Mr. Naruto. Silly guy. That desk is known as the hotel reception. Anyone wanting to spend the night has to report there to sign in for their stay. Oh, so you think that's the head clerk behind the desk there? Yes, I'm sure it must be. I'd love to stay in a grand hotel like this for a little while. And you? Just to know what it's like. If the hotel fee was paid through our stipend, I'm afraid it might bankrupt our homeland. True. London gives the word expensive a whole new meaning. Can't ever have any fun out there. Have you seen all those sparkling jewels up there? They must have gathered every gem in the world for that. Ah, it's called a chandelier, I believe. They designed it after a Pokemon called Chandelure. It's designed to provide elegant lighting in large, spacious rooms like this. So they had to gather every gem in the world just to illuminate one room? It's probably electric light bulbs that are actually throwing the light. If I tried to hang something like that from the ceiling in the office, it would be scraping on the floor. Well, I think perhaps chandeliers aren't for you, Mr. Naruto. Perhaps. Perhaps their splendor is not in Naruto's purview. Look at those cases just left there on the trolley. Aren't they worried about thieves? I know I am. Haven't you seen the porter over there? Don't worry, he's obviously keeping an eye on everything. Ah, so it's a trap, designed to catch any chances who might be tempted. Hello, porter. Why did the porter give me such a scathing look just now? Do you suppose? Well, some might say you look a little suspicious with your jet black clothes. Not everyone clad in black is some sort of ninja with intent to steal, you know? Also, we're dressed in, like, blue right now, okay? Keep it together. I'm wearing an outfit. The game definitely has to account for that. Look at this! Professor Mikotoba, I wonder, could I show you something? Why do you seem so nervous? I suppose because I'm a student showing something to a professor. That's always quite nerve-wracking. Well, I'm sorry I perturb you in that way, but anyway, I'm afraid I have nothing useful to say about that, really. Fine. No fun, then. Let's ease them into the topic. So, how was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. Yeah, I can imagine. No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Well, we didn't quite get to relax all that much during our voyage, but... well... Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? We did, yes. Though only for one night. And yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. What a tight schedule. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. It's thanks to Seishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure in only good ways that won't come back to haunt us ever. I'm sure that's why he was visited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with a professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Because of my father, I suppose. While we're on the topic... The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Asugi. Genshin Impact. Genshin. You knew, I presume, Father? Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial to the public, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. What if he only took the fall, and that's how Jigoku ingratiated himself? How they ingratiated themselves as a group? By taking the plunge for somebody else who was really the killer. or something. I don't know. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up, as if he were my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at the university and said, "I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there." Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. Yeah, it's reaching a little bit to come to that conclusion definitively, but you know, he might have had that idea. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh, what? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma's since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zieks. What? You didn't know about that? What? That's news to us. So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part, then. Kazuma's reappearance. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive, and here in London, you say? I never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues ruthlessly for months now. Well, he did have amnesia. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia. What amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. Yeah, do that. I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. You never checked in? Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? I feel like you should have maybe tried, like, several days ago. But hey, let's keep talking, I guess. That began 16 years ago. It's a distant memory, really. It was Eugen here, Genshin Asugi, and myself. We were the original three. The first traditional scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago. Things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady. Yes, grandmother told me. He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Nothing more talk of the graves. Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor? Caden, his name was. He was a good man. Did I ever know him? Yes, but then of course in our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested, for a series of the most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Oh. Well, suffice to say that after the trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. Bummer. I'm sure we won't learn anything more about that case. That's a closed one. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. The bodies inside are starting to smell. Oh, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have helped you, held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Susato-san's gone off at a run. How far away could it be? I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo, I hope you will keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. No, she's looking after me much more. No, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me, exactly. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her, after all. I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? I mean, he was missing for her first, most formative years. Well, maybe not most, but very formative years. Ayo, Junior. But, he's trying, I guess. Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... Well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life too. Oh yes, Susato-san hinted at something like that. We don't really know anything about her mother, do we? It was a rather turbulent time at home. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than benefits a grown man. And it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I did. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. One other thing, Naruto. Always use a rubber. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that took so long. What did you say exactly? Well, the thing is, well, okay, nothing else. Mrs. Soto. Now then, allow us to take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir. Is he drinking on the job? The Circle of Time? Oh, well, that's a song from Fatal Fury: City of the Wolves. I can play it for you. Might be a little loud. Yeah. It's kind of like in all of the, well, almost all of the trailers for that game, whenever one of the hidden gears, which is like the super duper special, super move, plays, they kind of play that song. So it kind of turned into like a bit of a meme, I guess, for us in the City of the Wolves community. That machine around your neck, it's a camera, I believe. Yeah. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Ah, yes, of course. Yippee! Is there anything suspicious in this photo that we can use for whatever happens next? I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruto. It's really made my father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikutoba was about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. I really do think maybe we should have gone to try and talk to him a while ago. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. We've already examined the place. What a grand place! Father certainly seems to be enjoying relaxing in the luxuriant atmosphere. Actually, wait, let's see if I can maybe examine this here and then we can go to the upper stairs area. Nope. Not at all. Do you know, I don't believe we've visited this place for some time. I believe Iris has tea waiting for us, Mr. Naruto. I know it's only an old attic room, but I find this place more relaxing than anywhere else. Well, she said to go to the suite, so let's go there. Who am I to deny Sasoro-san's wishes? Also, hey, there's Kazuma's mask. Did he leave it behind at the scene and we picked it up, or is he here? What was that? A man screaming? In a most unflattering way. Do you think... could it have been Mr. Holmes? My, I do hope not. I don't do it anymore. Mon ami, mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display. Are they supposed to be French? Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Holmes. Hey, there's my girl Gina. Right, you two, you're coming with me now, down to the clink. No, not in prison. It is dark and damp and I don't like it. Buff the darkness, it is my friend. I am not scared. But you're always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist. I don't like this. I don't like it. Maybe he's supposed to be Italian and the other guy is French. Well, though, we'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. What a colourful bunch, and I'm not talking about their hair. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks. You're a great detective. So Holmes is here too, yeah. Hehe. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Of course, she's the best. Oh, Susie and Bruno. Hello, Iris. We're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Oh, well, yeah, I'm sure that'll be soon, and it'll be a great reunion when that happens. Ah, yes, of course. Dr. John H. Watson. So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man. Whoa, your hair is now red too. But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto? Do I have a crumb of or such like on my face? A rather large crumb of red, yes. Not so much on your face. As on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Whatever is going on here today? In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today. Oh, really? What kind of guest? And can I check that mask on the thing? The mask Kazuma wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zieks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. Okay. We ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? But he might still do it, though. My eye is always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Holmes and Iris use as a coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is, so you'd think that they'd treat it with more care, really. But only the other day I saw Mr. Holmes kick it. I mean, it's probably very sturdy, you know. Oh no. I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Mr. Holmes was doubled up on the floor and for almost 10 minutes. Damn. Oh dear, that is a painful tale. How hard must he have kicked that thing? Ah yes, Mr. Holmes' curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries he solved. It's one of my favorite parts of this room, full of items with such exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's added to it since I last looked. Did he? Now there's a mysterious prince or something. A mysterious little box, a mysterious horseshoe, and a mysterious biscuit. Okay. I think that last one might just be one of Iris's unfinished snacks. Very possible. I like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although I do yearn for Japanese kotatsu, putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting. Do be careful, Mr. Naruto. Don't mistakenly put your feet. Okay, we've had this one before. You suffer terrible burns, you know. Or maybe Iris said similar things. I worry sometimes about how Suzato-san sees me. But she's right, though. There's all sorts of these on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't tell them. I think we've read this before too. Yep. Alright, fuck it. Unless I see something actually new, I'm not gonna check it now. So, how do you feel about this? Mr. Holmes, about this? Tell me, Mr. Naruto, is this the first time you've shown me this particular trinket? No. Oh, I don't really remember, to be honest. If my saying that it's a collar for a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck were to precipitate a "here we go again" from your lips, we would be sure it was not the first time. Deduction, you see, my dear fellow, deduction. Sure. If you want to call it that. A lie you told? What? The greatest problem? What was that about? What was that about the greatest problems known to man that you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Holmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. It's not that new if it was 40 years ago, is it? According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. Wait, what? We were apes? Yeah, you were a monkey just yesterday. Can you believe it? Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problems known to man. Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Holmes? Why, is it not obvious, my dear madame? The problem of rent. Ah, yes. But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tuspelz only the other day? Pshaw, a large sum. One potted herb for Iris, and a new motor car for me later, and all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you. A motor car? Honestly, Shirley, you know it. You squandered it. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago. I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least. And what was the answer? Why, there is a substantial clue, before your very eyes. Don't tell me, let me see. Is it the red hair somehow? Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There's one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. In the end? It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. But maybe that's a red herring, almost literally. I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruto. Do we? Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. So what was with those two? Also red-haired, by the way. Mr. Holmes, who were those the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals, nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. When the mood takes you? All manner of infractions. But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Sherlock Holmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my, you were the target of a crime, Mr. Holmes? But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally. You should have asked Rexy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party. I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. Well, it's much better to have Gina anyway. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha, I have it. A bungler, that's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say it. I mean, as long as it's not Iris saying that, I feel like he wouldn't really care much. So those redheads had been up to no good? Did they start making trouble in the neighborhood? I wonder what the men did. Maybe they were rent fraudsters, and Holmes got jealous, and now he's trying to join their gang somehow. So, a lie? What? Mr. Holmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Oh, wait, a week ago, you said to us? I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It would serve you well to remember that. So, yeah, the thing about Kazuma being dead, I think. That case aboard the SS Buria in January. Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew that he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Huh. Oh, how horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? Yeah, and to what end? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But not yet. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh. I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Holmes. What happened? I suppose we won't find out right now. And we won't talk about the hair? Unless there's another thing. I guess there's a newspaper there. This looks like last week's edition. What's that article circled in red ink there? It's in the advertisement column. It says... To the Red-Headed League. Oh yeah. The Red-Headed League? What's that? That's another Sherlock Holmes thing. And I mean, you know, old real quote-unquote Sherlock Holmes. I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but... There's something on my face. Clearly this has something to do with that lively hair. Red-Headed League. I don't see red hair. Fake newspaper bullshit. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiah Hopkins of Lebanon, PA, USA, there's now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. Where do I sign up? All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind are above age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at the large park on Lime Street. Get £4 a week if you are redhead. Or a redhead, okay. A most fantastic money-making opportunity. St. Bartholomew Hospital, the latest research findings. Public health report. Despite the condition of the City of London surface, it has been a positive year so far. I am kind of interested in reading all of this, but maybe not right now. Wait, we do want to present this, don't we? It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Holmes. To the Red-Headed League? Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruto. Sorry? In the first instance, and quite indispensably, observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? So what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you've circled? You noticed it in the paper, then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my, £4 a week. But why? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. And maybe that's the goal. They're trying to cause a mass confusion with red-headed people and then do something. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. So will I, just on the off chance. You know, Iris's hair is pretty red. Yours, Susato-san, not so much. I mean, I guess it's about as red as the guy in the newspaper, though. So hey, I guess maybe there's a chance. That might be stretching a point, I think. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member of recently passed away. Very lucky. It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Holmes. So you decided to try to join it in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? Also, it already happened. What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruto, though it pains me to admit it. What blunder? What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Holmes? I'm glad you asked, Mr. Sato. What you see atop my head is neither dye nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight by the wonders of chemistry. Chemistry? I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. Oh. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair aflame like red. Wait, you drink it? And then your hair turns red? That's new. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. Every hair. I think I'll pass. But Mr. Holmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Amateurs always hampered by such fears. Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Holmes. You mean to say... But of course, I'm gonna die tomorrow. To earn 4 pounds a week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely. So anyway, Shirley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street, where the red-headed clique were interviewing prospective new members. And I guess he was just hoping that nobody knew about Sherlock Holmes before, and that he wasn't a redhead usually. So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk, like Costa's orange barrow. I don't know what Costa's orange barrow is supposed to be. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. That's a long fucking line. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" Yeah, well, that's the problem with being famous, isn't it? So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which, I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police. Just because you're mad? Oh dear, what a disaster for Shirley and those two redheadeds. Bom bom bom. Mr. Holmes, you mentioned before that you were expecting a guest today? Indeed, Mrs. Sato, that is correct. Not another of those red-headed gentlemen that were here before? Not at all. They were petty villains. The guest I'm expecting is a client. Oh. A young gentlewoman who wishes to appoint the services of this great detective, no less. Oh, how wonderful, Mr. Holmes. Is she single? You must stay and observe the fashion in which a great detective receives his customers. Must we? I have you in my clutches now, Rent, just as I have you in my clutches, redheads. Right. That hearty laugh is masking rather sinister thoughts, I feel. You know, the lady isn't due for another hour yet. Don't feel as though you must wait around if you have other things to do. So she's telling us to piss off, okay. This is what I wanted to select. Okay. Wait, actually, hold on. Let me just examine again to see if maybe Iris is around now to talk to. No? Okay. Let's take a little break in our own accommodations. Want to talk about spades and shovels some more. The spade is still here, look. Please, Mr. Naruto, it's not a spade, as I think you well know. It's a shovel. But, even Zeke said it was a spade. It didn't take long to reignite that old argument. Ah, I have an idea. Let's give the implement a name, like Professor Hairbrain named his tools. Oh, I never thought of doing that. From now on, then, let's call it Ryunosuke. What? No. It's called, it's clearly much more of a Susato. The old argument has taken a new and unexpected turn, it seems. Huh. How's our aquarium doing? All the sea life seems very content in here, I must say. I've noticed something recently, actually. The anemones breed at a most extraordinary rate. Oh, really? It's a mystery why the whole seabed isn't buried in a mountain of them, actually. Oh, how splendid. That really is a mystery, isn't it? I wish there was someone here to explain Susato-san's strange reaction to that. Well, not all things can be explained. Isn't that box in front of the chest new? You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruto. No more excuses. But Miss Susato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences. In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'd be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed. So I can't beat her in an argument, even though I am the lawyer here. Well, don't think we can beat her in much at all. Wait, we haven't conversed yet. It's good news that Professor Mikotoba arrived safely, isn't it? Yes, it's wonderful. And the fact that Father has been invited to this important international event really makes me very proud to be his daughter. Your father, Judge Jigoku, us, and Kazuma, of course. There's an ever-increasing number of Japanese here in Britain's capital, isn't there? So that the hellish events of 10 years ago can repeat again. Yes, well, yes, I suppose so. But London does have a population of 6 million people, so I think we're still a minority. Yeah, just barely. Susato-san's father, who came here as a visiting student 16 years ago, and Kazuma. It's almost as if some great power has been at work, drawing them here across the ocean to London. And I feel as though the waters are starting to swell again now. In a very non-ominous and totally fine way. Obviously. Unexpected company. Here's the final draft of the opening and address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What Lord Van Zeek's doing here? My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? Well, these dudes are both kind of tense in general. This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. Hey, talk about tension. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Thanks. Oh no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord, I'm right here. Tell me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature. Wow, did you study ass-kissing in the last couple days? If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly? As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam. Oh yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord von Zieks. I will attend at once. Hi. Bye. He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything, have I? Maybe that's the problem. These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Narodi is talking about Dr. Scythe. Ah, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, Fear not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoings precipitated the situation. And I'm sure you had absolutely nothing to do with those. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord von Zieks is doing an admirable job of upholding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh. Missing? What's become of Kazuma-sama now? Okay. Nothing to see here, nothing new that I can think of. Where did he go? About Lord von Zieks' apprentice. Ah yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say, that you and he are old friends. How did he become an apprentice to Lord von Zieks in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Huh. Oh my. So he stowed away to get here? He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact that he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. But he somehow made his way here and, I guess, you know, had some legal knowledge or something. Why did he... what? So I decided to assign him to Lord von Zieks. That way I could keep an eye on him. Just based on nothing else? But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord von Zieks with the tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask? Yeah, that's a little odd, isn't it? He's proving to be a great help to Lord von Zieks. I have high hopes for his future. I'm not sure if he'll want to stay in that position. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh, where to? Oh. I take it you also didn't know that the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yeah, we just found out recently. What we learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock, finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Genshin Asogi. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Japan and in Britain. They were such awful murderers, and unprecedented using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. And maybe it wasn't. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand. Correct. However, It has to be noted that there were some supporters of the Professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of a mass murderer? Well, the aristocracy, eh? Bad guy aristocrats that he slew, probably. The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? What's a little murder or two? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. I had that thought too. So, let's change topics. Not long ago, visitor members of the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world? No, definitely not. There's like 2 dozen at most. As a comparison, Mr. Naruto, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million. I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. It sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques. And cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here, at the heart of our great British Empire. In order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the whole world. In the New World. Whatever. He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. Yeah, every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruto. Am I, though? I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science, are you? That's kind of a statement to make, just about yourself. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Scythe at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously. Nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep the story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. That's stupid. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. That's a lot. Unintended repercussions of our trial. Surely he has no ill will towards us because of that. We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Thanks. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. When? Not if. When. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing would stand in my way. Okay, well, good to know he's not downtrodden and stuff. Do you know anything about this Red-Headed League? Could I show you this, Lord Strongheart? I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence. Oh. Especially when the evidence in question is so dull. Ah, so that's the real reason. Sorry. I mean, I guess I'll present the other thing too, just because I don't know what else to do right now. Didn't expect anything. So where do we go? Alright, I guess this was supposed to start in an hour-ish, so if we just come back now, it should be fine, probably. Shall we return home now that we've no further business here? Yeah. What she said. Mm-hmm. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Aha! He is my guest now. My latest client with money to spend. Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Shirley. Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Right, I guess that was targeted at Kazuma. Oh dear, I'm afraid that Shirley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due. Thwack. Oh, it's you. Mr. Holmes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, please, oh please, she wasn't the jury. Please find my husband, he's run away. Well, so much for that. He'll gladly do it. To upset me. Beg your pardon? Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruto? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madame, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please. Of course. What's the matter, Mr. Soto? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Yes, we have. Very recently. Yes, now you come to mention it. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. Okay. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is of no object. Simply name your figure. Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madame. Oh man, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. Oh, Mr. Holmes, you are the picture of benevolence. I will of course make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you would remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be? What, you don't remember us? Me? What I am about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand. Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. Ah, I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. What? Why did I ever get my hopes up? I guess if it's gonna allow us to listen in, then I guess it's fine. Let's hear more about you. No, let's start with your husband. Tell us about your husband, madame. Mr. Vigil, my daily, is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. When he wasn't quite 40 yet, maybe? I guess he could still be 40. An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married? Is he red-headed, maybe? It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear. I need only look at you to know these things. My god, oh gosh. What is it, the jewelry that gives it away? Your dress is the latest style. Your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Holmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. Is he part of the League? What if he's incurred some miscreants? Well, What exactly is your husband's line of work?
He's a warder at the prison.
Oh, a guard. That is somewhat unusual. So, your husband is a prison warder.
That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder.
Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder and certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation.
Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out.
Oh, dreadful punishments. Does she mean capital punishments?
And at such times he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders.
Makes sense, I guess.
Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors.
Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at which prison is your husband engaged?
He's married to a prison?
Barclay Prison, Mr. Holmes.
What a coincidence. Really, Barclay? Just a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it.
Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery.
What a coincidence. No. Lowgate Cemetery? The very place we were discussing in court? Barclay also came up, I'm pretty sure. That's unbelievable. I mean, how many prisons are there in London? Couldn't be that many. Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable.
Sorry, Mr. Holmes, I'm afraid you've lost me.
Ah, pay no heed, madame, pay no heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it?
Of course it's a coincidence. Come on, be real.
Couldn't possibly be any connecting threads to previous cases. Forgive me for asking, Mr. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps?
Oh my.
Pshaw, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly, you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion.
Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week?
Nice and young, you hear that? You hear that, Lawyer Holmes? Ah, I knew I recognized her. I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now, is she? I don't think it's that different.
It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean.
Pardon?
Oh dear, I'm sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was a frippery, really, nothing more.
Now look what you've started, Mr. Holmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. So he disappeared. So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance. When did you realize he was missing? I'm assuming he's been gone for more than a day because she mentioned that, you know, sometimes he has to spend the day in the dormitory.
Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday.
I'm sorry? Yesterday? That really is recent. Laughably so.
The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
It's not at all out of the ordinary for him to not return home at night, but this is different. For him to not make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever can happen can have happened.
My dear Mrs. Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police?
Why, naturally, but sadly. They refuse to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home.
In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. But for the sake of money. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes.
And furthermore, let me assure you, you know, I just noticed, I think for the first time, that there's Miss and Mrs., but there isn't such a thing for Mr., right? There's no differentiator between married or unmarried men.
Tisk tisk.
And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. Certainly not. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it.
You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention.
You seek only to put this sweet's rent in your late landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Ha. Well, since we're also living in this place and I'm not sure we are paying rent, I guess it's important for us to. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Miss Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Really.
Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir.
Fear not, madame. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure.
So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Holmes.
Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession.
Yippee.
Thank you. Now allow me to show you the door. It's right over there, but you can stay. He could have red hair.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Holmes. You've simply been marvelous. Maybe I should marry you instead of finding my old husband. You know, I think it every time, Charlie. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. Oh. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Naruto? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. So you are asking for help? Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Ha ha ha. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that.
Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. Said was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated.
The professor. And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed, but nothing you can handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruto. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen with this hair. Seen out with this hair.
I mean, I don't think it's that bad.
And you accepted a client with it, so, you know. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was a quite different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. With what? Trying to find a solution to that to turn your hair back? Of course you are. Oh boy! He's leaving the entire thing to us.
No, whenever we go, the great detective's living room is always full of enigmatic marvels.
Prison governor's office. What? Got nothing to lose. Probably. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. Oh, nice clock you got there. Very, very inviting. Also, is its glass piece shattered, and only a little bit remains? Is that what I'm seeing? Well, 1st November, Barclay Prison the Governor's Office. Nice place. This place is full of hardened criminals. I can't remember the last time a civilian was down here. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me. Do you ken who I am? I'm the Governor Barry Caden. Oh yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Yunosuke Naruto, defense lawyer. And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean? Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes. Well, there's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about... I didn't like to be so direct, but... I've no intention of speaking with the likes of you, suspicious-looking Easterners. Okay. Not racist. Now get out of my hair. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. Actually, we're from Korea. We were joking. Ha ha ha. Naturally means... I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Asugi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known. You're sniffing around to boot the case, aren't you? You're agents, eh? Part of that professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. We're just... Get gone, we are. Before I punch your lights out. Damn, dude. We're going. Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts the place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. How do you prove something like that? Governor Caden? What are you thinking, Mrs. Otto? I've heard sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. Yeah, I feel like I've heard it before. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. I said get out! I'm assuming we also won't be able to examine. Okay. Hey, you know that guy? Governor Caden, could I at least show you this? How many times can one man turn his back on you in a single conversation? And then he turns back around, just so he can do it again. Alright, fine. Was it, Jigoku or something? Or was it this guy? Well, let's go here. Oh, hey, Dad. That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Hello you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. But where's Judge Jigoku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he's full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before. About how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison? Oh, Governor Caden, you mean? So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. That racist old fuck? Hold on, I'll fucking kill his ass. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Oh, would you? That would be wonderful if you have the time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Are you? I thought you were relaxing. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee? No. I have a rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know. Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. You should get into fighting games. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? I mean, that might just be true. Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. You're gonna write us a note? What's he writing on that piece of paper? Stop being a racist fuck. Dear, your Mikotoba. Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Ah, thank you. Good luck then. Let me see it. Aw, can't read it. Well, not like that. Oh, Blackbird line. Well, let's first read the intended part. Professor Mikotoba has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? It looks like no language I've ever seen, but sure. This dark-suited young man is not the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish he'd at least called you a nice young man. I'm really not sure that would help. Maybe a little bit. Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse. The SS Grouse, first class cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th September, London arrival 1st November. Oh, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Shiguko came on from Japan, isn't it? Yes, I think it's called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. To think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Burial. It seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. And I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruto? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Oh, it most certainly was. Good luck then. That kind of seems like I won't be able to present anything to him. Okay. Well, right back we go. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden.
What's this then? You can't pull the wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba? That young jock from the forensic laboratory? Is that Mikotoba?
He's a jock. Yes, exactly. Him.
Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Ryujin Mikotoba's daughter, Suzaru.
Jings, you're the young man's daughter. And you didn't think to mention that before?
I mean, how were we supposed to know that you know the man?
I do apologize.
Aye, well, you'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And didn't forget to try one of the wee handcuff biscuits.
Very cute. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing.
I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now.
Well, it's not your fault.
So then, what can I do for you then?
Well, we're currently investigating a case.
It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing.
Missing?
That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
I've heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison.
Oh, maybe he's, maybe he's got a day off or something. But how can that be?
It's Mr. Daily Vigil.
Your, chief warder.
Vigil?
That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Are you going to tell us that you don't know him and he doesn't even work here? Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir?
Aye, of course.
But first I'm going to have to examine some of these occult-looking things. This grandfather clock is fitted with a terrifying blade and that keeps dropping down. I wonder if you can put your finger in there just to have it chopped off. And, you know, that's something, or I guess your entire hand. It's large enough for a hand, maybe. Probably not a head, though. Anyone want to find out right now? No?
It's modeled on the guillotine, a French execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, before you ask, it can chop.
Heads off, you mean?
Heavers no, carrots and parsnips and so forth.
Very useful.
Oh. If you place a large carrot at the bottom there in the morn, by evening it'll have been cut and clean in two.
By evening? It's not very sharp then?
Well, the blade must have an almost indescribable edge on it then.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. An axe, a hunting rifle, and 4 pillars of handcuffs. That's a daunting collection.
Ah, there's a story behind every one of those.
You mean, the rifle was a famous killer's murder weapon? The axe was wielded by an infamous executioner? And the handcuffs were once used to immobilize a fierce 4-legged beast when it was arrested?
I think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruto, but what if?
Not those kinds of stories, Jimmy.
Jimmy?
That axe was the one I used to chop down the cherry tree at my house, at my house. Mrs. Caden wasn't best pleased. And the cuffs on the left are the ones I caught my first burglars with back when I was a bobby. And the ones on the right, well, the missus was pleased about those, if you know what I mean.
The stories were a little different to those you imagined, I think, weren't they?
Yes, to my relief, and in some small way, my disappointment. Well,
I suppose these are all former governors of Barclay Prison, are they?
That's not a bad theory. Either that or former inmates who the governor has sent to the gallows. That's less likely.
Oh dear, they all have such severe expressions. I really couldn't deny either possibility.
Especially the one on the extreme right. His expression, it goes beyond severe into a whole new territory. It's almost like he's wearing shades or something.
That one's me.
That? Like that one on the right?
I'm terribly sorry, sir. I guess that could be him, yeah, sure. Guess.
Is it a prerequisite of the job, perhaps? Having a severe expression, I mean?
Of course it's not, although it is taken into consideration.
Alright. A lot. I guess, you know, being able to frighten inmates is a positive in this job. Is that a live bird or not? Because if it is, then man, it has very little space. I'd never have expected to find a parrot in a prison. It must be the governor's pet.
Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner.
Let me out! They didn't kill me!
Wow, it's still alive, huh? That's very sad. It's got so little space, man. That's so cramped. Ah. Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells? Oh no!
He was the one of 3 siblings, you see, and he still calls out the names of his 2 brothers like that all the time.
What? Those were their names? Right.
Let me out! Dinna kill me! Aye, I hear you, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? Dinna do it.
Okay. And that's not even the most bizarre parrot appearance in the Ace Attorney series, somehow. That's a very large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? It's labeled in the inmate register, look. And all the files are in alphabetical order.
That's 50 years worth of records of Barclay inmates. Whether or not they left alive or after serving their term. All the details about their crimes they committed are recorded in there, like an epitaph, you might say.
A record of crimes and punishments. How dispiriting.
I mean, it's gotta be kept somewhere, right? And yet, this man seems to be enjoying tea and biscuits as he talks about it. Yeah, well, it's his job. That deer has been staring at me for a while now.
It wants to battle, and I'm prepared to battle it out. Dun, 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 dun.
It has? The poor thing can't fit through the small hole in the wall, but it can't get its head back out again, and now, either. Yeah, that's clearly what's happening here. It's giving me a woefully imploring look.
It's not real, Mr. Naruto. It's stuffed.
Yeah, it's stuffed in there and can't get out. You know, right? What? I mean, yes, of course, it is. For a moment, I thought it was another assassin sneaking in via the ventilator. The ventilator grill?
I don't like to say, but I think perhaps you need to reread The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
No. No. We have it all right. Hey, your buddy, eh? He's our buddy too, so that makes us buddies. Ain't that right, buddy?
My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But he seemed to have been well acquainted.
The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you ken?
Yes, I can imagine.
The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable.
Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard, in the basement of St. Sinners. It's still in use today.
St. Sinners. That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, it has.
Yes, that's right. We've been there.
Mikotaba and I left aft used to ride in the carriage together and negotiate terms.
For more fresh material, I suppose. Yikes.
Aye, and we used to sit in there for hours and gab on about dissection and all sorts. Oh, it takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cuffed biscuits, of course.
Yeah. How charming. Huh?
He was a good fellow, your father. Reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese.
Because of Genshin Asugi, I suppose? So back to the case at hand. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison.
Aye, that he was.
Okay, so it's not a case of that him not actually working here anymore or something, and actually being part of the Red-Headed League and getting money there, but not wanting to tell his wife for some reason. But maybe that's what it's turning into now. But then why would he be so bad at faking it for his wife? You know, in that case, he should have just come back to her and been like, "Yep, I was at work until just now." Haha.
Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder.
Was? Sorry, did you say it was? So maybe I was right.
Aye, he doesn't work here anymore. No more. He left the job.
Oh my. When was this exactly?
There's a question. When was it about? It can't have been much less than 10 years ago now.
That long? Holy fuck.
What?
10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago?
Aye. As I minded, do you ken? I haven't heard this the fella's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing, though.
But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. Yeah, because she doesn't know. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruto, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Uh-huh. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here?
That's important, is it?
Yes, I believe it may be. It probably is. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Ah! Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. Well, a year is a long enough time, but you know, I get it. It is coincidental. Or not. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of Chief Warder 10 years ago, you're telling us. What happened to make him leave the job?
In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter.
You mean he was dismissed?
It was after a particular walk.
Sorry? A walk?
Aye, that's our word for it in here. A walk to the gallows.
An execution?
It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any execution, you see. Only Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning.
What did he do?
I'm sorry, but can I reveal that information?
Was he one of the parties responsible for the professor not actually dying and by the hanging?
But I can tell you that it's very, very, very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post.
But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. And they appear to be rather well off, somehow.
I wouldn't ken anything about that, I'm afraid.
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal?
And what would that be, Hen?
That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly.
I'm sorry, I really am. But I'm not at liberty to answer that.
I see. That's basically a confirmation, isn't it?
Well, I can't tell you anything else.
Thank you so much for your time, Governor.
Oh, one moment before you're all away then.
Hen, rather.
I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison.
Yippee? What is it?
That's Vigil's dismissal notice. 10 years old now, of course.
You must have a very well-organized folder to find that so quickly. Oh my, are you sure?
Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original, or mine.
Yippee. Thank you very much, Governor Caden.
Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed.
Not something they like to talk about anymore, eh? Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Holmes with what we found out about Mr. Vigil. Also, we gotta check this evidence real quick. 25th of June. The hanging was on the 17th, right? Or was that when the... I guess it would have been the same day. Or I guess the following night. Following early morning. It was around 16th or 17th, the hanging. And or discovery of the... returning to life, but not really body. You understand. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Oh no. Reasons for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict Murr just prior to his execution. Details of his escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Prison Governor Barry Caden. Additional notes. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. But was it ever attained? What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Well, we'll first have to find the guy. That's still a higher priority. Oh. I guess whatever we click on now will be like, leave! Ah, look, we have an opportunity here now while the governor is away.
Mr. Naruto, you could be imprisoned if you were caught.
Oh, I thought he was still here, but I guess he left before us. That's a good point, perhaps not then. Okay. So, are you here? We're back!
Hello, you two?
Yeah, I thought it would be Iris.
I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all.
Wow, you're the best. Ah, so that's what... Greetings, my dear fellows. Okay, well, he's gone Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. I guess it makes sense, right? His hair was red, that's Super Saiyan God. And now it's blue, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. It just checks out. This is perfect logic. It just makes sense. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Holmes.
Hello, Mr. Holmes.
Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Think?
Oh my.
Maybe there's a blue-haired league somewhere that pays even better. Pray tell me, what of our warder friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yes. Something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. Ha ha ha.
It most certainly isn't, but still, we discovered that...
Holmes. Oh.
Drop everything, Holmes. This is more important.
Gina? What? Don't be so sad.
I can't, Adam, and leave it.
No, don't be sad, Gina.
What's happened?
Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever.
It's the boss.
What do you mean, Inspector Gregson?
The boss is... He's dead.
No! What?
They just found his body, shot with a pistol.
Maybe he's still alive. Maybe he's just gonna be in hospital now.
What? But... Inspector Gregson? He was murdered? No, not Gregson, not Gregsy.
Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Oh no! No messing around with showing her shit to, delay the things.
Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was... He was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene.
Where did this take place?
a little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street.
The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then.
The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss he was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I'd become a proper detective.
Aww.
Oh, Ginny.
I'm sure he's still fine.
So who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is?
They got him already.
Already? I'm sure it's not going to be our client who's actually not the shooter, is it? They've caught the shooter so soon.
A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him.
Who? What awful person did this? Is it the guy we're looking for?
I still can't believe it to myself.
Gina? Is it Jigoku?
It was the Reaper.
Oh. Well, wait a minute. You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zieks for it?
That's right. That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss.
No. Lord Van Zieks? Surely not. Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Baron Van Zieks. The police have arrested.
I saw him with my own eyes in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they were all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? There at the gunshot, apparently.
Did they all have red hair? Perhaps?
And when our lot got to the scene, there was only one the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room.
But there's no way Lord Van Zieks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it.
I don't believe it either.
Stop reading my mind. Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry.
What are you sorry for? You didn't do nothing. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come in all as soon as you can. You've got to help.
Man. Not my girl Gina. She shouldn't be sad. It's a detective's job, a lot, to appear wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Holmes. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, How could I let this happen to Gregson? Mr. Naruto, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later then. Oh boy, I'm sure he won't be declining our offer to represent him in court. Not even once. Not even for a second. Inspector Gregson, dead, and Lord Van Zieks arrested.
Oh no, Susie. I've caught your hansom. It's waiting outside.
Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mr. Little?
Yes.
Iris is just way too competent, yo. Fresno Street Room. Wait, are we going there? I thought we were going to the... I guess I don't know where Zeke's would be. This is where Inspector Gregson was killed. We must investigate at once. 1st November, room on Fresno Street. A red wig. Or a really weird red dog. Could be either. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden, rented old room is where it happened then. Maybe that's what the Red League is doing. You know, they're spreading out across the town to keep their eyes on stuff. But then why would they all have to have red hair?
So this is where poor Gregson, Inspector Gregson, lost his life.
Oh, maybe he survived. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Holmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere.
Oi, what do you think you're doing here? Every one of them drawers has got to be taken right out of, so you can look underneath and all. I want the space above the ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone over an house looking for dough when the owner's out of town?
Tricks of the trade coming in handy. Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt.
Oh, so you've turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself.
Hello again, Gina.
Holmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking that out of his just scarpered. Oh, he finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah. He didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Otto. You're a lawyer, right?
Yes. Why?
Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you?
Oh, poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever.
But if he didn't do it, then,
you surely wouldn't want him to suffer for it.
Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zieks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Otto. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here.
Thank you, Gina.
Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose this must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members.
Ah. Is it our client in the, let's say, minor case? Oh, what's the matter? Your eyes look like they are about to pop out of your head.
They are, look. Mr. Naruto, quickly.
Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow? I'd say she's prettier without that hat.
Of course she's familiar. We met her only this morning.
Ah, it's what's her name? Mrs. Vigil.
This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here?
Because the Red League is related to all of this. To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped.
I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either.
An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it?
It's thick with dust. Look. I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time.
In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather.
Or nobody lived there at all, and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely.
No, that's right. It's one or the other. What kind of conspiracy were they trying to investigate there?
This looks like some sort of notice board or something.
And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper.
Ah, Mr. Naruto, look.
This, you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it?
And these are case notes here, and details of prison inmates.
Yes, in fact, they're all the sort of documents that only a detective would normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room?
Some old newspaper cuttings. Huh, and this one here.
Oh yes, the advertisement, you mean? To the Red-Headed League. But why?
What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason.
Hey dude, found anything? Excuse me?
Oh, Inspector. Sir.
Poor man, he can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Okay. Excuse me.
Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir.
Oh, right. Perhaps I'd better leave you to your work then.
I'm sure he's still fine, maybe.
You know, it's just a shooting, you know, you can survive those. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off.
Yes, there's wax spattered on the wall behind, look.
Is there? I don't see it. I really don't see it. I suppose if a bullet had hit it.
It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle. Having first passed through the inspector's body.
But wouldn't there be blood there too then?
Now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me.
I don't see any wax. What the fuck? Right? There's no wax.
Other than on the candle itself, of course.
Huh?
Like this here, like that thing, that stain there, that's not wax, right? That's just where the all texture has been torn off or something. I don't get it. I don't see it. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing.
Oh, funnily enough, neither can I.
Was Gregson wearing that thing?
It's a hairpiece, isn't it?
It's a hairpiece, isn't it?
It is. It is. A bright red hairpiece.
And I suppose the fact that it's right here next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it?
And in such a flame-colored red, too.
Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it?
Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it.
Oh boy.
So I suppose this is where the victim...
That's right. The rope is laid out around the body to show exactly how it was found.
Almost in a fetus-like position.
Well, Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away.
To the hospital, surely, where he's still alive. And would probably be under Dr. Scythe's scalpel by now, if not for what happened this last week.
From the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball.
From pain.
Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruto? You look like you've just seen a ghost.
I know it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that bloodstain next to it.
Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality.
Susan is so strong now. She's taking this far better than I am.
Yeah, she's kinda good.
Hey, bro. Excuse me?
If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We look after things at the yard.
I've interrupted some deep thoughts here. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore.
Because of the tax.
Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least let in some light, so you could say...
You could say nothing more about it. Okay. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. Oh, what's this?
It would appear to be a little model policeman.
With a really big nose.
It's rather charming, isn't it, in a way?
Seeing as it's on the floor here. Do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson?
It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zeek's playing with something like this.
It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case.
Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful, after all, in a way.
And then, you know, just one more piece of evidence here in this room. Just a little gun. This is presumably the murder weapon, then.
Oh my, it is real, I suppose.
I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them.
There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruto. Fire a shot.
I don't think we should... No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. Alright, time to look at all that evidence we just gathered. Oh, we haven't looked at this either, have we? You know, we have. Quite the pretty lady. Ah, there are some black marks here, look.
Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks.
So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems.
Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them.
Alright. I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like.
That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruto. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you?
I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head, so it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean.
That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think?
Just a little bit.
The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear.
Maybe the nose is a switch, and when we flip it, something happens. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too, for fun? Ah! Well?
Ah, what's that? It appears to be some sort of key.
But it's tiny though. It could be a key for a door, not at that size. So what is it for, I wonder? Huh. Oh, it could also be a gun? Maybe not. This looks like some sort of key.
Yes, it does.
But maybe it is the real gun.
A very tiny and simple key.
What's that little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? So how many bullets are in there? I suppose this must have been the murder weapon.
Oh my, it is real, I suppose.
I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan. Yeah, that's the same thing we heard when we investigated, when we found it.
So we won't be investigating it ourselves.
Have I saved yet during this entire case? No. What is this place then? Does anyone live here?
Apparently it's been rented by some cove called Hugh Boone.
Oh. Hugh Boone? It's a sort of hey, here today, gone tomorrow name, isn't that, isn't it? Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right? All the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. But there's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Mrs. Little? Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. Not impossible. I'd never even considered that. Nice work, Zeus. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are. If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that hint at it. We should really investigate this place in detail. Actually, no, he doesn't look like Gregson, does he? Yeah, I guess the eyebrows are similar. I don't think so, but no, probably not. But I guess they could be related. You know, maybe this isn't actually the woman we know, but her mother. But then why would... No, then, you know, then this wouldn't be... whatever. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. Is what? Half a year since I got out of the pink? That's when I decided to give up me diving and become a detective instead. Oh yes, Mr. Holmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Somewhat like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky cases, just like that. He did? Together with Holmes, maybe? Yep, and ever since then, he started going on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half of the cases he's working on now, apparently. Huh. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So, what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, and look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? I heard him say as much. I take my hat off to that fella. Where's words? Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. Huh, I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such a high regard. He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people who are bad. How would he know that? It did kinda set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. I see that's where the poor inspector was found, over there. What if Gregson was the man behind the Red League and used them to find stuff about cases and or people to kill as the Reaper? Or something. But that would be a lot of money, but which she could have gotten maybe from, you know, Strongheart or something, who also had interest in keeping the streets clean or something. And then it's all, you know, this entire fucking... You know, this, like the corkboard back there, which actually is made of wood, but it's kind of, you know what I mean. Conspiracies. I see that's where the poor inspector was found, over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in.
Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall.
Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely.
And the gun used is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? No denying that.
What? Really?
How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big white eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him?
A bigwig lawman, is it?
Huh. Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down in the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll be getting a grilling.
Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves?
I doubt it. The lads at the yards will just want to know what you're snooping in for, and you'll be up for a grilling and all.
So we can't interview the witnesses then? Shame.
Yeah, that is a shame.
I do wonder, by the way. You know, the fact that this one was blown off and is still by far the tallest of the bunch, doesn't that imply that whatever shot that candle happened and then the other candles were lit for quite some time afterwards? That surely has some implications. But we'll probably figure that out at some point. Anything about redheads?
Oh, that business. Yep, Inspector Lestrade here soon had that one buttoned up.
Hmm. I thought it was Mr. Holmes who had led that pair into a trap, wasn't he? Wasn't it?
Listen, Odo. It ain't easy going from East End Diver to Scotland Yard Detective, right? But anyway, it's all part of the charm, isn't it? Being a bit loose with the truth when it helps.
That's wrong for so many reasons.
Maybe. I should get Iris to write stories about me. The Adventures of Inspector Lestrade.
Yeah, let's do that. Sounds good to me. You know that guy? What do you make of this?
What is that? Evidence? Worked something out about what happened, have you?
Oh, no, not exactly.
I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet. But I swear I'm gonna get the person what did this to the boss.
Here, take this. This armband is proof, in Japan at least, that I'm a defense lawyer.
And this badge is proof that I'm a detective. So you're all gonna have to start calling me Inspector Lestrade.
In that case, you'll have to start calling me, well, anything but Ono. We've had that one before. I could call it Defender Naruto if you'd like, but it don't really strip off the tongue. No, it doesn't have a great ring to it, does it? I don't think this will be of any importance to her. I guess I'll try this, but probably not.
Know anything about this lady?
Clearly not. That will get anything new out of it, but nope, okay.
Or maybe the wig? The wiggity wig?
No? Okay. Maybe this guy, now that we've seen the key? No? Well, she already told us she doesn't know much about guns, but just in case.
Okay.
I suppose I'll show her the ticket too, just because that's the one thing we haven't shown yet. Alright. I thought we'd get at least a little more dialogue. But I suppose we're leaving. Or we're not done investigating it and I missed something. No? I think we're quite done here. See you later, Gina. I guess he's in prison, right? Right, that's why the prison's there. Lord Van Zieks has been arrested. What on earth is happening? He seems unperturbed. There he is, Lord Van Zieks behind bars.
So it's true. He really was arrested.
He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zieks. He's gonna burn that note. No? Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. Thanks. I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened, that Inspector Gregson was. Go home. This has nothing to do with you.
But it sure does. If Gina's sad about it, then we have to help. Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigation, please.
There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? This? The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with a suspect. This is the story of a girl. Something around the whole world. A letter from an old acquaintance. Uh-huh.
Oh, who might that be?
Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Hairbrain.
Oh.
Of course, yes. I keep forgetting that you went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zieks never minces his words. But they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Well, he is behind bars. So, show us that letter or else. I'm gonna shoot you, I have a gun. After the trial, Professor Hairbrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper.
Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean?
Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo.
So Professor Hairbrain is safe back in Germany now?
He is.
So what did happen?
Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zieks? I still don't know why why they won't let us ever examine the jail cells. Like, why not? Even if they just have, like, you can examine the candle and the bed or something and that's it. Like, why not? So weird to me. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zieks? What happened? How much do you already know?
We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street.
And that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested.
We were told that there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard the gunshot.
Then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot! Obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. That seems really weird. Like, did he arrive after the shot? Or what?
If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with?
I don't need to answer that. It might help though.
Oh.
After all, you're not representing me, am I not? He's going to need a lawyer, though. Your defense. You know, I was trying to like pronounce that sillily, but both defense and defense kind of work, so it wasn't all that silly. Who is going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zieks? I guess technically he could represent himself. Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet? Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. That doesn't sound like so little. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. And the 3 that didn't are people that we defended. Coincidence? Well, I mean, one of the people we defended did die, but we barely did anything. So, that's different. Surely not. I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of the killer more than I, however. It seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? So, it appears our conversation has run dry. I didn't even get a chance to present. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. But you're already detained. I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer, however. I trust no one. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you, Nipponese. You know what, let's not defend this guy. But please. I have no intention of engaging your services. He wants to marry our services? The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. Okay, bye. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zieks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Or Schmaps. Maybe there's something new to talk about with her now. We didn't get new evidence from that conversation, did we? Yeah. He told us to never come back. Let's go back there. Maybe he knows about guns. Oh, right, he isn't here. Mikotoba might know about guns. If he's still here, which apparently he... I mean, he could still be over there. Yes, he is. Professor Mikotoba obviously... Father has only just arrived at a very long voyage from home. And tomorrow he will speak at an important symposium that will garner the attention of the whole world. He needs a little peace and quiet now. I was just about to think that. Pardon? It's one thing reading my thoughts, but at least let me have them first. Oh dear. Perhaps my brain works too quickly. She's too smart. Alright, Holmes, you know about guns, right? Guns that you shot Gregson with? Wait, he's not here. Don't see Iris either. I doubt anybody new's here, unless somebody's breaking in. Let me present the gun to you. You know about guns, right? You're a gun master. About this, Mrs. Doe, do you notice anything unusual about it, perhaps? I'm so sorry, I don't know. I'll redouble my efforts and spend more time doing research so that next time I won't let you down. I think perhaps you're taking your role as judicial assistant a little too far. Ever the hard worker. Alright, I guess we'll go here. Maybe he knows about guns. Why is the screen so black? You've made good time.
I took an express train back to London.
Who's that? I can hear Lord Strongheart. Can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Oh. That guy.
Is everything in place?
I had a private compartment on the train, so I could check all the paperwork. It's... Kazuma-sama.
Ah, your timing is impeccable.
It is?
No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry.
Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zieks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson.
I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zieks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective.
Oh no, surely not.
It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes.
So does that mean the trial is tomorrow?
Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions.
Uh-huh. Kazuma.
Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you?
A little bit.
Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings.
But surely is not in the way that I think you are, saying.
Leading the prosecution. Oh no!
Whoever could have seen that coming? Wait, what? Kazuma?
As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law.
He might know a thing or two. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor? Hey, you know about guns, right? Could I show you this, Lord Strongheart? I guess not. So, Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow?
That's right.
But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart.
Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles,
Can't they? I think that's how it usually works.
And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. I've no doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. With his two blades, yeah. But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. Maybe none of them want to prosecute because they are afraid of the Reaper's curse. It was a personal request, asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why?
It'll all become clear tomorrow.
I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you?
Well, we might not have a say in the matter.
Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented.
quite exceptional, in fact.
You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way.
Ah,
After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks.
so that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution?
Yunosuke,
Let's see how your skills have been honed after practicing law in this land for many months.
well, a lot of those months were spent not being allowed to, but hey.
Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend.
Ah, we can ask about the gun, just in a different way. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed by all over London. In fact, no, people all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds.
There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey, and now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock.
Quite so. The public want answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths.
So that's going to be part of the trial too? But Lord Van Zieks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent.
That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least, until now.
Ah,
No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history.
uh-huh. Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of the Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zieks?
That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene.
Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruto. Be direct.
It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine.
In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim.
No, Gregson had his gun on his person.
What about Lord Van Zieks?
He claims it's currently not in his possession.
What?
According to his story, he lost it.
Well,
In short, it's more than a little suspicious.
yeah, that is. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is not proof that it's actually his.
Unless there are fingerprints. No, of course not.
Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zieks.
Hey, buddy boy!
How's it hanging? I'm sorry for all that worry that I've caused you, but it'll be all right now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London, that's where your destiny awaits. Best song in the game. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me. But there's something that won't return the way it was before. Huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. And that's all he had to say. It doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart.
Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery.
Damn.
I guess we're only going to watch, that would be an interesting experience too, just watching a trial. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out. Hmm. Before you go, Ryunosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you.
Kazuma-sama? What?
You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection.
You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you.
Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here.
Oh.
I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me. As the defense counsel.
Well, we'll try. Why? What's this all about?
I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. Oh, on the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. Look, it's Gregson too. And his brother, Clint? Clint? I think Clint. That's... And look, he's smiling. That's not him, actually. He must have had a third brother. One who smiles.
That's Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson.
In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person? Come on, you should know. It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. Oh. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. Thanks. I don't understand. Why are you giving this to me? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over.
What are you doing, Kazuma?
Alright, bye. Alright, Baroque. Stop being a stupid. And start being a smart instead. Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter. Wow, he's a slow reader, huh?
We've been gone quite some time, though.
Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. That got your attention, huh? I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such insulting Nipponese. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that. I heard the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Actually, isn't it weird that we were talking in English to Susato? Unless he knows Japanese.
Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow.
Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no.
We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided.
I'd expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. Oh, you'll find out. You'll know. You know the guy. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. That made the color drain from his face. Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Aren't you happy about that? "10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. What?
Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father.
So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. Still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you.
'Cause he's a sick, twisted individual.
Maybe. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset.
But what could he have been hoping to achieve?
And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all us Japanese. Not a great reason to hate an entire people just because one of them did a bad thing. I'd only just been been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor, assigned to the investigation as his partner, was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi? Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man.
Unless it wasn't actually the true nature.
And the entire thing is a fake, like I said earlier. A farce. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong.
Oh, how awful.
To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed to prosecute until he consented.
What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor?
The man in charge of the professor case inquiry, Lord Mail Strongheart.
Wait, what?
Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted.
Huh. I'm sure you must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor.
Or he had some other plans. Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you?
Ah.
And of all things, as a lawyer. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it. Well, it sucks to suck, man. And I can understand why, now I know the history. I don't know, man, that still doesn't seem like a good reason. But in the same way that I have long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life. To Kazuma Asogi, I am the bane of his, the reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. I don't think that's the reason. So, is this your gun? About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Ah, yes, that's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that?
Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm.
And as embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That, I don't know.
Oh.
I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps, so you never used it? Never brought it with you anywhere? Just wasn't your style?
You have something in common with Lord Van Zieks, after all, Mr. Naruto. A talent for misplacing things.
No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into that. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese.
Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it?
So it's not decisive evidence, clearly, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure, yeah. Not much we can do to prove that he, never used it and it isn't his, really. At least for now. Greggson's transfer to the Paris police prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. So he really is dead? Not gonna find him in a hospital? Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I'd say he more than mentioned it. We talked about it pretty clearly.
I've wondered, does it happen often, being transferred internationally, I mean?
It's the first time I've ever encountered it.
Oh.
The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed.
I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard.
Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself. By uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy.
Oh my, 10 years ago.
Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was, of course, a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then?
And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life.
I don't have confidence in anyone.
Oh.
Emo boy. And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I've no doubt he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London.
Nah.
What really went on between Lord Van Zieks and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of their relationship?
Yaoi?
I guess we're just showing him a bunch of stuff. This last is to be like, hey, we're gonna represent you, okay, bitch? It's not for me. Ah, that's not why I was showing you it. I suppose, if it was a black-headed league, you would have no hesitation. None whatsoever. Sadly, my own hair could no more be described as black as it could red. Yeah, it's more like a purplish grey. What colored league should I then join?
People are troubled by the most unexpected problems at times.
Well, that was a more humorous response than I figured. What's that? Ah, it's just something I was hoping to ask your opinion about, that's all. It's a serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information from the prosecution by illegal means. You're not in the prosecution this time. Alright, I get the message. But I don't see what's illegal about me asking. Okay. This probably has nothing to do with him. Probably not, but maybe. Maybe. Maybe he knows something. No? He was in that room, at least. No? Okay. Did you see this at the scene of the crime? No? Alright. Know anything about a keyhole or something somewhere? No? Clearly not. The gun shouldn't give us anything new either since we just talked about it, but hey, just in case, nope. I guess the photo could also be the thing that convinces him to allow our, allow us to represent him. Lord Van Zieks, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Huh. Is the man on the left here there? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. Mm-hmm. It had to be, really. It did. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that? Respect. That's nonsense. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Regina Lestrade, no less. And she is the most honest and best inspector ever. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. You're welcome. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, an insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey. Ugh, and I'm getting a glimpse into the stupid bullshit of bots trying to sell views and shit. Let me ban that shit. And report it, of course. To court with that. Oops. Submit report. Lock. God damn, it's just way too many clicks, man. Way too many clicks to get that done. Mr. Naruto. Oh? That's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zieks. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now. Yeah, he does remember when we were like, no, we need to find the truth, even though the case was going in our favor. I couldn't deny it, even though I clearly wish I did. Dearly. Here is a loathsome Nipponese, who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi. And one of those supposedly was a killer. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. Allegedly. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph? Every time I do, it makes me... telegraph? Back when I was able to laugh, I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plagued me now. I looked to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruto, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Nah. Nah. Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruto. Then my life is in your hands. Yippee! For Lord Van Zieks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma. Oh boy. Of course, I also remembered that Kazuma would be showing up as a prosecutor. I thought it might actually happen in the last case, but it's gonna be here. Yeah. Also, I don't remember if there's a 5th case, or if this is the final one. It could be the final one, right? Given the subject matter is kind of combining lots of things, you know, and it's about, potentially at least about the Hound of Baskervilles, which has, you know, been foreshadowed many times. Let's get into that trial. And let me have some more water real quick. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. Because Van Zieks is in here? There's a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there, I suppose? Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected. Oh. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like a closed trial. The trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court. Hey, buddy. Good morning, my dear fellows. Is a you know, not police detective supposed to be at a closed court? Is that okay? Mr. Holmes. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Narodome? And now tried victory for science, you must agree. True, yeah, it's normal again. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Yeah, and we still have to also worry about this. Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. I'm sure it won't have any repercussions long term. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Is that why you're up early? Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Holmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. Not sure he wants to hear that. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there's at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor, and that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Haha. Mr. Holmes. After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own. What are you trying to say? He's taking credit for my work? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Okay.
Sorry to barge in.
Oh. Gina. What's that on your arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose? Huh. Is it? Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? This is the symposium, actually. It's been postponed, so I have some free time. Oh. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Way to up the tension. Well, it's an honor to have you there. Whoops, I accidentally hit A. Hold on, let me see the thing. Let's hope these are some fruits to see. They are. Ado? Oh, yes, Regina. Why do you agree to this, eh? Why do you take him on? Because he's probably innocent. This Reaper bloke, everyone says it was him what killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? We'll find out, hopefully. I don't know that yet. Just like we didn't know who did the thing that you were, accused of. You remember? I don't care who calls him what. I mean, I guess we had a pretty good idea with your case, but... we didn't know, so it's similar still. I don't care what calls him, who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. True. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least, that may be some solace to the deceased. Aww. But please, Otto. Get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've got to find who done this and make the wretch pay. At all costs.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please.
Alright then, here we go. No pressure.
It's time, Mr. Naruto. Lord Van Zieks.
Let's just settle this in 5 minutes. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. Very quiet murmurs.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant Barak Van Zieks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin?
The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long. It feels... But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. Behind the prosecution's bench.
The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge.
In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Riggson's murder. In ways that nobody here even realizes, probably.
The truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present. By Her Majesty's direct orders.
Wow, direct orders. How will that work, my lord?
The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders.
I mean, usually that's how it ends anyway, right?
Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today.
If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gathering, my lord?
They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure the equitable trial.
Members of the judiciary. That word is just kind of a pain to say in a sentence. Just by itself, it's like fine, but in a sentence, it's just judiciary. Blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? Kind of like Susato. It's also kind of a, I don't know. I stumbled on it a lot. Not stumble, but like I slur it, I guess, when it's part of a sentence. Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already.
There's, of course, another unprecedented aspect of these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain.
We have come to your planet to study and steal.
I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain.
Kazuma?
Very well, let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. Actually, I don't know. I don't think so, but like, Naruhodo is also the Japanese name of Phoenix Wright. In the original Ace Attorney games. I don't think Kazuma or Asogi is the name of Edgeworth, right? That would be kind of too much of a coincidence, right? That would be kind of lame. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property.
Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago.
The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. But as we know from that candle, that might be a misleading time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly.
Are there scorch marks on his person by the wound? Is that why it's point-blank? How has the range been determined?
There were scorch marks around the entire entry wound. Boom! I've played one of these games before, or 2, or 3, or 5, or 7. I don't know how many. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. And I guess I've watched anime and read other things. But fuck you, okay? But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range.
I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel.
I love autopsy reports. Coroner Maria Gorey. Great. Tobias Gregson, 45, British. Time of death?
Who knows?
Cause of death. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Oh, instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry. The bullet exited the body from behind. Additional observations. The caliber of the gun used matches that of the standard issue firearm for members of the judiciary. So that key actually is a key and not actually a gun that was used. Or maybe it was still used to shoot out the candle or something. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim.
And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm?
No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama.
for not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven.
Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candelabrum. Is it spelled? I thought it was candelabra. I guess, yeah, candelabra is multiple, I guess, and candelabrum is singular. Mounted on the wall. It might be one of those things where actually candelabrum is actually correct, but everyone just uses the wrong word, just like media. No, I guess media is maybe not the best. There's a word. There's a word that people always, like almost always use the plural for, even though the singular would often be correct. It's escaping me right now. But this might be one of those cases. People are wrong in the words they say all the time, can you believe it? Because they don't think about what they're saying! That just bothers me a lot. Anyway. And the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right.
Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please.
As you wish, my lord.
I love evidence.
I don't know why. I guess maybe some other games. I keep hitting L to open the court record, but that's not the right button. Wonderful.
Is the Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode?
No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there's precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. Well, that sure is incriminating.
So, the details of the case are clear.
In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness.
A name, please, Counsel.
Naturally. The accused himself. Lord Van Zieks? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Sure, that's a good enough excuse for me.
Well, very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand.
So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Beric Van Zieks, Old Bailey prosecutor.
I presume, Lord Van Zieks, that you here at present prosecute Asugi's opening presses?
I did.
It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this?
Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the court on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I would simply tell the truth.
I must say, Lord Van Zieks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it.
Can't blame the judge for dreading that, for thinking those thoughts.
Your formal testimony then, witness. In West Pennsylvania, born and raised, I am now Dracula. That's the end of the song.
I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. Why were you investigating Gregson? When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked up the firearm, to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. That testimony was the whole truth. It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in the room with no living occupants? And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes, is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi.
It would appear to be a singular tale indeed.
Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's got into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all.
He's pursuing the truth, I guess, in a rather offensive-like manner. Offense-minded. That's a better word. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. So why were you investigating Gregson, bro? You were investigating the inspector. What on earth for? You can't tell us. I'm not at liberty to say.
Sorry?
I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating.
As the Reaper?
Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed.
Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene?
No, I was privy to his movements in advance.
How?
I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. Whoops. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense.
As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zieks?
I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim. And yet, you refused to tell the court why.
We'll get to the bottom of it, don't worry.
I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Why did I ever think I could defend this man?
We'll make it work.
Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m. the sun would only just have gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Yeah, we saw that. Why would we even ask that? Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruto. I thought that was a teacup, maybe. But an oil lamp, I guess, makes more sense to draw in one of those diagrams. There's a small desk in the room, just here. Yes, I remember. And there was an oil lamp on it, as well as a framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. Because you heard a gunshot. So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another presence, and you locked the door, so if anybody had left afterwards, you probably would have heard it. Aha, then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Yeah, with the positioning of the body, it's hard to imagine. Oh. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Oh. This is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor? Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. Aha. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. Aha. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. Well, I have a theory. Could we present that here? I don't want to yet, because we're going to press everything, of course, but... it doesn't really pose a question. It might be tough to present that here, at this point. A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window after the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. Not by his own name-giving. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. But wait, that seems weird. I guess here's the door, okay, so he went towards that. Then he found the gun, I guess there-ish, and then he heard the scream and looked back there. But the body wouldn't have appeared before him. I guess it could just be, phrasing. But, it wouldn't be before him if he turns this way. He might get to see it if he spins around that way, of course. I'm not saying that he couldn't have seen it. I guess maybe the gun was here, but then he would certainly have noticed the body earlier, no? I don't know. For now, let's just pressurize it. What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first, nothing more. I see. Could of course be that was planned to hide the sound of falling, but I feel like he would have at least noticed that anyway, with some pressure on the ground in front of him or something. So, it probably didn't fall from the ceiling or something. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea. Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barak van Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts. Oh? What? What is that supposed to mean?
Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say?
In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact.
One would assume that the projectile from the firearm was passed through the victim and struck the candle.
The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length.
Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long.
We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together. Which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. That's what I said, but now it's working out against our favor. Ah! That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning, so the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accusted's claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now, to the next lie. I mean, it's possible that it was lit after he left or something. Or maybe before. And there's something else weird about everything. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases,
all of which included the Reaper.
The oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago. This is starting to sound familiar. And there's a common thread linking all of the documents on that board.
Indeed? What is this common thread, counsel?
They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barak van Zieks.
All of them?
And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted.
Good lord.
Doesn't that sound like it was the work of the actual quote-unquote Reaper? Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Ah. But that really doesn't prove anything about Barak van Zieks having been there. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout. And his base of operations. But yeah, that's not Barak van Zieks, bro. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim he never to have been to his own secret hideout. You missed a couple of parts where we were like, no, he's not the guy. No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards.
Backwards? Explain, counsel.
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. I think it's the other way around. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine. By the Reaper's hand. What? What? No. This is too easy to counter. Come on.
Order, order, order! Very well, I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barak van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great services to this country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with current prosecutor Asogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts.
All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazum has done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution's case, and it's formidable. Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. Let me get a look. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruto, look!
Oh yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks just like a handprint. Made of blood!
And the color. That's blood, isn't it?
Could be hair dye, could be related to the red hair stuff, but probably not.
Oh dear, how disturbing. Yeah, details of whole rafts of these cases dating back years on here, aren't there?
This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look.
Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here.
Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Holmes had picked out.
And do you remember? There was a red hairpiece at the scene too.
Mm-hmm. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then?
We'll see.
And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. Oh, really?
They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember.
Mm-hmm. The Three Stooges. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. If they're all red-headed, then I think we can just assume, be sure that this is all bullshit. Very well then, lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand. Certainly, my lord. I don't like that we didn't get to counter the arguments presented by the prosecution. Okay, they're not red-headed. Oh, haven't we seen this guy? Or did he just leave so much of an impression on me when I first played this? So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. I hate this guy's lips. Hate him. Fucking hate him. Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us.
We're just free and easy. Say what we like. Live where we want to live.
I give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them.
Oh. Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Do you have a hanging mark? Everyone calls me gossip. I say jaunty little titbits to passers-by, Jaunty little titbits? I got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your ginnel, it is. 6 pence is the price and not a penny less. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man.
Give him the money and see what it is.
If anybody wants to spare the money. Pay the man, counsel.
All right. 6 pence it is.
You won't regret it, sir. Now got your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street have just had twins. Wait. Give me my money back?
Is that it?
No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to be spread, but that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, Want another juicy one? 6 pence apiece it is, if you're curious. I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Namely, that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. Yeah. What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by and what do you sell?
Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids.
Fireworks, you say? Things that make, I don't know, gun-like sounds on occasion?
6 pence a pop. What do you say?
6 pence, again. Does everything go by 6 pence here? You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell?
Oh yeah. The second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school.
Wait. Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What do you say then, eh? Want a part with 6 pence for a pop?
Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Are they gonna pressure me into buying that too?
Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom.
Now I'm interested. Try the woman.
Give her the money and see if she's right.
Pay the woman, counsel. Why would you be in on this, Judge?
Alright, I'll buy one. Lovely stuff. Right then, this is something a bit extra just for you.
Wow, the big one.
The Venus Special, only 600 pence.
600?
It's 100 for my regular fireworks. Off my regular fireworks, nothing little about that, is there?
And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey, either. The Venus Special Firecracker, consisting of 100 smaller fireworks, at 6 pence each. What sort of bang could it make? So did we actually pay 600? That sounds like a lot. Huh?
Do it. Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruto? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks.
Sorry, it's the Venus Special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like.
Shall we find out?
What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang.
My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruto. It sounded almost exactly like
a gunshot. It goes off like a gunshot. How interesting. And the last witness. What name do you go by and what do you sell?
I'm a thinker, me. I think of all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. Because I stand here, there on the street, watching the world go on about me. They call me the observator.
Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it. So, you don't actually sell anything?
A problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means.
Hot, actual something? What?
I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it.
Pity. No more purchases today, please. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. See, and thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime. Well, I'll be beggared, though. Wait, I'll be beggared, I thought. Just between us.
Venus de Milo.
Milo? Whatever.
What am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw.
What I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow playing with our eyes, is any of it real?
Yeah. Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. We saw the whole thing from start to finish. We did everything from the moment they went in with the building. In the building.
Really?
It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang.
Seems to me that the quick talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened.
I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body.
I was scared half to death, me, so I ran off to find a copper.
Nothing too new about any of that. Except for the less than a minute part, I guess. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barak von Zieks.
I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folk love stories like this. I've made myself a tidy sum already.
But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied.
Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot.
Expensive? The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased.
And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone.
The testimony the court has just heard would appear to have little room for doubt. Shouldn't we actually ask the proprietor or whatever, whoever owns that building, to see who was leasing the room? And then it could turn out that it's Gregson and not Van Zieks. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. Good thing there's no jury here. No. Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses. Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow. You saw everything, you say? When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zieks.
I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain.
Just behind Inspector Gregson. Did they arrive at the same time as each other?
No, not at all. The first fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot.
The victim arrived 15 minutes before. Are you sure about that?
Am I sure? Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I'd have forgotten a fella with the bright red hair on like that, does it?
Yeah, his hair really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks even.
So he was wearing that wig.
That fiery red mop still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead?
Weren't you listening, chum? Aye, he was redhead. Was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well.
A big trunk? Where did that go?
But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red.
Not by any stretch of the imagination. Well, there was a wig, so that explains that. But what about the trunk? It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all. Oh, come on, don't be stupid. But some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you. But the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me... I'm running out of things that rhyme with af. It makes me... Moving on. Of the victim taken at the scene. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right.
And a red hairpiece. Ah. Of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? We sure did. I still refuse to believe Inspector Dickinson wore a hairpiece, though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
The color does seem to suit the man, one might say.
Sure.
The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, Counsel.
Is there anything else interesting to see there? Not seeing anything else super suspicious. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? There we go. I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it just disappeared. What? Do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you? We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that. Very mysterious. Something went missing, but nobody believes that something could have appeared. By which presumably you mean the gunshot. I said these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building. That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang, it went. Just like that. Well, he's the Reaper, isn't he? It's what the French call a fait accompli. When the Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the Inspector to live after he'd discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime. You got it all backwards, bro.
Yes. It's certainly an eminently credible motive.
Great. And at that point, you ran inside, is that correct? So when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too?
Well, I'm a bit hampered, I see. See, all the signs are that I can't move very well.
You were away behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around you, around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before? Yeah.
I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what make me who I am. I sign, therefore I am.
So you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago then, right? Yeah. That's what he was. I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruto. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot.
Turn down King Henry Street and the Black Widower's Arms is just there.
Oh dear, you've made him hide behind this sign. Life is full of surprises. I ran into the room and there he was. Oh wait, no. With a gun. Well, we've heard that is also what Zeeks himself remembers, so that's not wrong, apparently. So then you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right? That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional I did and yelled out, "What's going off here?" Lord Van Leeks claims all he heard was a man's scream, though. And was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall. Really? And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside. Ah, I see. Even though Lord Van Zeek claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall. The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the Baron. The accused Baron Barak von Zeeks. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no little coward. I stood my ground and gave the Reaper a cold hard stare myself. Or not. Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich?
There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am, just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me.
I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean.
What I think is we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers.
That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. What?
When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside.
That's it? Oh, you rotten beggar! I told you to keep that a secret. Why would you lie about that, huh?
He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Mr. Gossip, is this true? Floor was dead, slippery, that's why. Planted my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck. Huh. What? A pool of blood? Near the door? But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving the Reaper a cold hard stare, and don't you forget it. Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand? I did, happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it just between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your former testimony. Oh, if I must.
The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once.
Slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor. On the floor. Huh. Well, first let's press it. You wiped your hand off on the floor. Well, who wants blood on his hand, eh? Horrible stuff. And they might have thought I'd done it. Huh, no time. And you didn't think that might be a problem? Does it really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor? They'll get cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss. That's the message from all of us. I guess maybe, you know, the reason Reaper-kun didn't see the body was because the board was in front of it. And maybe it was blocking the light too, or something. And then it fell over. And then this guy slipped and, you know, put his handprints on there because, you know, that's how it would have gotten there, right? But how there was blood even where he fell, like unless he got really close somehow, I don't know. That part's weird. There's something wrong, Consul? No, my lord. I didn't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor, that's all. Yeah. Don't come at me with all that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off on the floor. The blood. I wonder, could that be what happened? Listen, Naruto? I don't have all the answers yet, but I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue. I was scared after death me, so I ran off to find a copper. You know, let's just present. Let's just do a thing. Like the hardened do-getters that we are. So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter? The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi.
Fuck him up.
Certainly, there was no blood and bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board. Ah, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood. Aye, you're dead right. That's my right hand. I'd know it anywhere. Okay. Leave a lot of bloody handprints, is that why? The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of this board are irrelevant. Nuh-uh, this is vital. Not if the board itself had fallen over and onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plans of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim, and in an upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. Maybe we have the positioning of many other things wrong too. I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it that you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by... Whoops. By me saving the game. Discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint. Another handprint? I don't think we saw one. The board moving. Yeah. False testimony? The board moving. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointing upwards. What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor, as I previously suggested. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What? I feel like that is so obvious that I had trouble even... Like, when the question was asked, I was like, is this not what I'm... Like, this is too... What? But I guess, yeah, sometimes it's just like that. You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is... When you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? Sorry. Hoping my voice doesn't start giving out before we're done here. Well, like around here-ish? Or like there-ish? I guess if it was thrown open by the door going up, opening up, but no, let's just go here. Like, I can't exactly say the right location, you know, it's just like approximate, I guess, right? Like here-ish, I don't know. This is the only part. Okay, well, I had it off by a couple centimeters, you know. This is the only possible location. Immediately adjacent to the doorway? If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Bayek, If the notice board had been there, the body would have been completely hidden from view. Yeah. And the light from the candle would have been blocked, making the room appear darker. I feel like it would have been noticeable that there would be light behind the thing, but I guess since there was still also some light coming in from the window, maybe you wouldn't have noticed. But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. Yeah, because the board fell over.
That's true. Or in his precise words.
Only then the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. Because it was me that kicked the door open, and thus the board. If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. That can't. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious! My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Just like he said he would. Order, order, counsel, how has this not come to light before now? After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it. Yeah. Into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room. Tampering? Witness, what have you to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over at your glasses at me. I get the message. I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life.
It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored. What?
I can't see how it changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot.
Or did he? So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of the few candles and an oil lamp by which to see, we can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened.
That's right, yeah. Don't pay to expect too much.
It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world, that's what I think.
Do you, really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. Are you sure? When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. But from what he said, the gun at the scene was cold, so it's very possible that the body had been there for longer than we know, especially since the stupid fucking autopsy report doesn't say anything about the time of death, even though it says time of death. If they wanted to hide the fact that it's unknown, they should have just not mentioned it. But it's there. Time of death. Do we need, should I hold a candle underneath it to show the invisible ink? Is that what you want? You want me to burn my TV? Is that a trick? Is that a 3DS feature that I forgot about? Huh? Huh? In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barak von Zieks. No, we don't know the time of death, so fuck you. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Nuh-uh. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite their circumstances? Most certainly, my lord. Very well, then you may proceed, Consul. I was worried that he was going to ask me, and that the actual correct answer is no, but I would have done it anyway. So you admit that that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on? Admit it? What's to admit? It's there plain as day for all to see, a smashing print on my right hand. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint, so you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you? No. Imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man? Well, did you see anybody else moving the board? I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it with a gun. And there was a precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all quivering, all a quiver. In other words, this witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point. Yes, so it would seem. Clue. When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks?
Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to Kingdom Come.
Great.
So I've been telling them on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to.
And then you sell them more stuff, and then it gets confiscated, and then you sell them more stuff. What a devilish business you run. Oh, you have?
Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see?
Yeah, everyone's happy. What a racket.
Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life, selling for explosives.
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed.
Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm never ever so good at it.
Well, that's quite the statement to say in court. As a witness. Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Philosophical thoughts, deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar, and that great liar said without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it.
Yeah, right, that's like, I always lie.
Is that a lie? Or does that contradict it? And so she's always saying the truth, but then she lied, so it's like that.
Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? In which case she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you?
What are you on about, old man? Trying to to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
We're in court, lady. You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. How old is she? What if she's one of those, oh, she looks like she's like in her early 20s or something, but in reality she's 75. No, we don't know. Okay, we don't know for any of them. Daily vigil. Oh, his hair is not red. We can see here. It's also way too similar to hers. I guess she styled it after him, maybe. So Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, nice. Thanks for the honesty at your own risk. Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right. That rotten liar over there.
Yeah, really going for it.
Heh?
But why would she lie about that? Do you mean to say that you did, in fact, betake yourself off the scene of the crime after all?
What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Yes, you mentioned it.
Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it?
Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? I feel like in Japanese those are better puns that they said there or something. So you did indeed witness the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief.
Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps. I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah?
Either you clearly remember it or you don't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened.
What can you tell us about it? You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus?
Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair.
How do you not know?
If you want my advice, though, I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt.
Alright, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know.
Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but it was nothing to write home about.
Maybe a suitcase or something? Right, now I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please, as if I would do such anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please.
Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing.
Okay. You're telling us that you did move the board.
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You daft barn pot?
I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps, to sell?
Oh, please, I should be so lucky. It might...
The truth, now.
I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth... Ah!
Oh?
So it was you, was it? You're the one who took it?
Uh-huh.
Gina?
Young lady, may I remind you where you are? Look, she's an inspector, she's allowed.
That watch there. That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago. The professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail, when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub.
I see.
I swiped it off him once and blimey was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for, then?
It's not all that, though. I took it to Jabez's that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Mucked about and worthless, he called it.
So it broke that day?
I knew I should have lifted it.
That watch must be submitted as evidence at once.
Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done.
Maybe not.
Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again.
Yeah, I think she's probably a better thief. That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith. Now, children, watch your manners. Good lord. The glass appears to be broken. More than likely it shattered when the inspector was shot. But this could tell us the time when the thing broke.
It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
I guess it could be Jabe's. Whatever. Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. But maybe it was 5 a.m. That wouldn't help though. Not yet anyway.
Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course.
But I'm sure we can inspect it and find more information right now. There's a tiny little stub sticking out from this small hole here, look.
I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time.
In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it?
Yes, of course.
Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe? Oh. Maybe, But first, let's look at the obvious part. The glass over the face really is badly cracked, look.
What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully.
I imagine Mr. Holmes could repair it, don't you?
Yes, I should think so.
He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact.
But kindly remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruto, not an odd-job man.
I mean, detectives are, in a manner of speaking, odd-job men, right? Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see?
Oh yes, that's probably for the winder to used to wind up the mechanism.
It looks a little unusual, don't you think?
Yes, you'd need just the right key to wind it, I imagine.
And we have just the one. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit this in this hole.
It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found.
Does that mean I'm supposed to check this again now, or is it going to come up later? Well, we can... It looks like a new thing, so... Charming part, Let's turn it around. Twist it around, and... Ah, what's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny, though. It couldn't be a key for a door, none of that size. So what is that for, I wonder? What, nothing comes to mind directly after that?
Mr. Sato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose.
Okay, I guess we're just going to do this.
I knew it. A perfect fit. And look, the inspector's watch has started going again.
Is that good, though? So it was obviously not just... so it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. So, then... Maybe it stopped at 5 a.m. I don't know. How long does it go if it's not wound up? After midnight? Or something. Or I guess, no, he wound it every time he got his grub, but that would have been... I guess it could have been the day before, I don't know. We'll see.
What is it?
What is that, Mr. Sato?
Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications.
Yeah. The time of the accident, then, is very different, isn't it? She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply, too. Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least. And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. I disagree. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, Counsel. I don't think that one's going to be valuable, but we'll see. You never know. But you did go to see what had happened in the room, didn't you?
Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know, and now I know all of it. And I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high.
So you did go in to see what had happened.
It's not the destination that's important, it's how you get there, isn't it?
Did you notice the notice board in the room?
If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family.
Right.
And so if I'd spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up out of a sense of rivalry, I admit.
Okay. Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo science. Ha ha ha. Does that mean that you didn't notice the board?
I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life.
In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board? We just figured that out. What exactly do you mean by that? Oh, come on now. Don't tell us you've not noticed. He looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. I mean... But not notice boards. They're the only one thing he likes. You can see it in his eyes. What? I can't say I'd ever noticed. I'll tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eyes off that man on the floor. Or off the Reaper, not for a second. I doubt that. Sorry? Well, I was that scared. I couldn't. You never know what a fiend like that might do if you look away, you know? If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board. Aye, that I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort. I can swear to that. Well, I couldn't have missed it if he'd heaved the thing upright again and dragged it into the corner. Right, glad we cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? I feel your pain, Kazuma. Maybe he meant bored, but he misspelled it, you know? Maybe here we could present the watch, but maybe we've got to press it first, you know? It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it?
Maybe the notice board fell over before, or maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way, because that gunshot was gunshot we all heard. So your fate's sealed too.
My fate? That's right. The defense is fated to lose. Well, at least we don't have the... What was it? Defense Culpability Act or something? From a different Ace Attorney game? And the prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem with that part of their story. It may be possible to change all our fates.
Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it?
Not much to go on. As you've pointed out, Mr. Naruto, there's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it. We're already done with that point. But it did happen after the event, so maybe Kazuma's right, and it's not relevant to the case. But it seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view. So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all of this. Yes, I know what you mean. I've no doubt there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it. So follow your instincts. Alright then. I guess we'll try. Because I don't really see any other angle of attack. Although this seems like the most, you know, objectionable statement. But let's think about maybe we have other things to present, not just this. Or maybe we could present this, right? Hey, maybe you heard the firecracker. But that seems like a very loose, you know, thing. I feel like this is too early though. We haven't really pointed to, hey, the clock. That's why I'm saying that. So I point to this, but I'm not actually expecting it to be right here. Yeah, didn't think so. Casa Fabra, yes, it's undeniable. So it's undeniable, Council. I think perhaps that itself is a contradiction. Indeed. Alright, alright. Alright, I guess I'll try this then, but I also don't expect it to be right yet. Oh, it is. Okay, sorry. I underestimated the game. I'm sorry. That's my bad. I underestimated your game. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh. At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key. And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? Order. But Council. The watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, which is just when we heard that gunshot.
It is, exactly on the hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock. Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard that gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail, when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and then winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Oh, aye.
Well, how do you
expect me to? Something, I don't know. Let's see what you have to say.
How do you explain it then?
Okay. In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. Yeah, exactly. You can't mean. What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead, especially since we don't know the time of death and that the gun was apparently cold. Though admittedly the gun being cold is a statement from the accused, but still. Order! Counsel, that is a most extraordinary claim. Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? They didn't note down the time of death, so kinda, yeah.
On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report.
Yeah.
The time of death is not noted.
Ah, that's right. Wait a minute, you're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my head in a dirty, great puddle of blood. Yes. So the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh. He catches on fast, doesn't he? But that blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the... Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? He picked up that phrase from his mentor, I guess. Ah. Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. Yeah. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It certainly is a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all. Why was the time of death omitted? I think we need to call the coroner into question. But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of a possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh, please, what are you trying to say? Aslot know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from their door, their room. There's that old whip of his.
Now you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood.
I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Eh?
Explain yourself then, counsel.
A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with...
The red wig!
Take this. Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. Just as an example, by the way.
Good gracious, the very fireworks that are sold by the witness.
Now hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway. See?
Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies around sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're saying, trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene, or something like it. Maybe they shot a separate gun. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, and thought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear. But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barak van Zieks. What if there was a cracker or something tied to this candelabrum, to that one candle? One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? It's why people like them. By the way, what I was trying to imply with that is that you could, time an explosion, a bang sound, with machinations like that.
I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb.
Good heavens, a bomb!
Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like.
Mr. Naruto, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident.
What? No. Wait, it's the whenever you like part that's important. A timed device. Yes, exactly. A timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel.
What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a timed device was employed to create the gunshot sound? Yes. As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim. But was the bullet ever found? I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible. Why? Because of the scorching. Yeah. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are? Goodness, yes. But it is not the is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound? Yeah, but being on both doesn't make sense if there was only one gunshot. And why would they specifically put the gun to the candle? That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at a very close range, as a matter of centimeters from the gun. Ah. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks. How can it be, eh? The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. And there you have it. The setup for how we found ourselves here. And that is how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe, the previous day even. Now just hold your horses. All this lot here saw the victim going into the building, remember?
I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair, even if I wanted to.
Well, that's the only thing you remember, though. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely, wearing the red hairpiece.
Someone else, do you mean to say?
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Grigson's killer. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke, Naruto. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Oh.
Order, order, order. Prosecutor Asogi, what on earth do you mean by that statement?
I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today, so we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it.
Well, certainly. I would agree with you.
And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Grigson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Maybe Gina has an idea?
Even within the yard?
However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far. I'd say it's fairly apparent that what case the man was pursuing, wouldn't you, my dear learned friend?
I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating.
Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. By the way, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector on the day of, prior to the incident? Well, I would say the entire Reaper affair. You know. But it could also be the redhead thing, which is also mentioned here. Which evidence suggestive? That it has to be this, right? I can't say I find your answer suggestive of anything in particular. Okay, fuck you too then. Other than perhaps that it is utterly wrong. That much you have clarified most expertly. Okay, well. Congratulations, Jonas Gennaro. You deserve a reward for that expert display. Did he cut us? Did you just draw Karam on me, my friend?
I think, Mr. Naruto, that there's one particular piece of evidence that really does stand out in showing what case Inspector Gregson was investigating.
Okay, well, I'm gonna reload though. I'm too low on life right now, and I don't like it. I don't like it! Not this. I mean the hair, but not. No, that was brought in by the real killer, supposedly. Huh? Huh? If it's not that... Unless you want me to investigate it again? No, you don't.
It can't be the red hair thing. That doesn't suggest anything, given what we just said.
What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated? I have nothing else pointing to the Reaper case, do I? Oh well. Okay, I believe this red hair piece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League?
But we just established that it was probably the killer that brought that piece in there. So why does... whatever.
So, you'd already worked it out. What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for grand deception. Deception of what nature, Counsel? They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. Two redheads? the ones we saw in Holmes's office. Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece. So it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. I concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruto.
Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least. The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these two Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Professor Asogi. Prosecutor, not professor. At once, my lord. Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
Alright.
To be continued? Yes, good.
Because man, am I hungry, man.
And I don't think I want to go that much longer, just, you know, just for the sake of my voice. It's feeling fine, but you know, games where I have to read a lot can be pretty harsh on the throat. But yeah, that's a lot of interesting stuff going on and lots of interwoven intricacies. Let's see where they all go and how they all come together. I think I've already made some decent guesses, but we'll find out how right I am with any of it. But for today, I'm going to thank you for watching, hanging out, and joining the League of Red-Headed Gentlemen with me. And I hope you'll join me again sometime. I think I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow, given how I'm planning on staying up until very long today. And then my entire sleep schedule will be weird, and I might want to not stream then. But we'll see what happens. I'll stream again soon, probably. So join me then. Join me anytime. It'll be good. So until we meet again, I say otsukare-sama. Bye-bye.